Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining us. We are on the top of page 12 and we're doing a dive into respiratory techniques. So the very first thing we're going to be addressing is bronchial spasms. And we were talking about it a little bit yesterday. And the easiest way to check for a bronchial spasm is to take a long, slow, deep breath. So you in through the nose. So you go. And as you inhale, you notice it's nice and smooth, right? Then as you exhale, you try to exhale a little bit longer than it took to inhale, right? And you're just doing this for the purpose of testing, right? So you and then try to go really slow. Now, if there's a bronchial spasm, what will happen is you won't be able to keep it steady and slow. So it'll go, you'll either be really chaotic as you exhale, or it will just come out really fast, like that, right? Now, the more that you reduce bronchial spasms, the more that you take your body out of fight flight. So there's a direct correspondence. If the bronchioles are in spasm, you're in sympathetic, like overstimulation, you could say. You're just more prone. You have a greater tendency to be in fight flight. So bigger potential for things like anxiety, stress, your body not repairing itself, poor lymphatic movement. There's all kinds of things that won't happen if your body is stuck in this fight flight because your body's balancing these two things. If you're in fight flight, there's processes for healing that aren't happening because your body is allocating energy for fight flight, right? All the mechanisms. And so just like when you're in rest and repair, it's hard to get things done. You're relaxing and it's hard to make things happen, during the day. That's why you're in more of a sympathetic state when you're doing things in the day. But when you rest, you go into parasympathetic, right? So this allows for the movement back and forth to shift much easier. So there's oils here that we use, but there's also a thing called pursed lip breathing. So we're going to cover both of these. So first, let's choose an oil. Almi Visnaga, frankincense, Anula, Sitka, Hyssop decumbens, German chamomile. German chamomile is actually very good for the bronchioles, especially if they were triggered by allergies, if the constriction is allergies. And then there's a blend called Breathe Easy. So let's see if you've got any of those. I think most people have at least hyssop. Okay, so before we start inhaling, let's check the breath again. So long, slow, deep breath. And then as slow as you can, let it out. Again, let's just also check chest expansion. And then again, okay. And then let the breath regulate for a moment. And so just start inhaling the oil, whichever oil you have, just start inhaling it. We won't even do a pattern at first. Hold the bottle about an inch or two from the nose and just take long, slow, deep breaths. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Mm, mm. And again, just make sure when you have these little bottles that you're popping the top up and you're opening it up like that. You can inhale, or you can turn it upside down, tap, and a drop comes out, and you do it that way. What was it? Hmm. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. And again, just some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Not even putting your attention anywhere, just nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then pause and be still. So without the oil, let's just check again. Take a long, slow, deep breath and then slowly let it out. Is it easier to control your breath as you're exhaling? And then as you take a big, deep breath, what's happening with your chest expansion? Opening up the bronchioles a lot of times will increase lung volume. It'll slow down the rate a little bit. Notice, like for me, I feel relaxed but not sleepy. You know what I mean? Like I'm like, okay, I'm feeling chill, but you could give me a task and I'm like, well, I'll do it tomorrow. I'm like, okay, I could get up and do it. Now let's add it with um, working a couple of centers, right? So you could do this a couple of ways. Sometimes I just do it where I put my awareness on my throat and bronchioles and wherever I feel some tension. But first, let's do chakras. Your awareness is on the throat chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the throat. And then just pause for a moment. Just pause. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is at the bottom of the throat, that little notch between the two collarbones, the bottom part of the throat minor. And then just be still. Just be still. Let's do the throat again. Your awareness is on the throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then move your awareness to the throat minor, the bottom of the throat. Your awareness is on the bottom of the throat. Okay, just pause and let go. Let that feeling. Yeah, with the chakras. Yeah, so I was just asking Samantha, and she said the difference between inhaling it and then inhaling it on the chakras, big difference, right? So one of the other things that I like to do with this, like you could keep cycling through this many times, right? But like I like to feel the throat in this like upper chest area, like right in here, and wherever you feel like tension, inhale with your awareness into that area. If you're not sure, explore just inhaling with your awareness on this top part of your chest, this upper part of your chest right here. Keep inhaling it where you feel it in your lower part of your throat or the upper part of your chest. Now, let's let that go for a second and just check your breath again. If you take long, slow, deep breaths, what's happening with your breath? Now, you see over here, like all the way across from front to back, like on the side, put your awareness on each side of your neck, like the base of your neck. You have muscles that help with your respiration that are on the sides there. Let's just see if this impacts anything for you. Keep taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Hold your breath. Yeah. Getting deeper. Let's explore the back of the throat, the back of the neck. You could do the chakra or just like where you feel some weird tension, especially when you breathe. If you kind of tap into it, you can kind of feel like mid lower part of the back of the neck. You can feel like a tension there when it comes to your breathing. You're still taking long, slow, deep breaths. You're exploring that back part of your neck or throat, especially the lower part of that back neck. And then just pause for a moment and just be still. As I straightened it. So we explored the neck, we explored the different areas or muscles of the neck. Let's go back and do the chakra. So, throat chakra, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Sometimes going through and exploring the neck like that allows the chakral treatment to go much deeper. So, long, slow, deep breath. Just the regular throat now, throat chakra. And then drop down to the throat minor, the bottom of your throat. Your awareness is on your throat minor, the bottom of your throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then just be still. Just be still, let it incubate for a moment. Notice how your body feels. Notice your breath, your emotions, your thoughts. Take a big, nice, long, slow, deep breath. Notice how well you inhale, but also your chest expansion, the depth of your breath, and then how easily you can exhale, controlling your breath. So do that a couple of times. What do you notice? So we're going to do a thing called pursed lip breathing. And we've done this in like a lot of times it's in study groups and things like this, or the Q&A on Tuesdays. But, I just want to again revisit this. So pursed lip breathing is you're not using oils, but what you're doing is you're manually opening up the bronchioles by utilizing resistance, right? So this is used sometimes with like the treatment of asthma or just bronchial spasms or uh, developing the breath when the breath has been real weak, right? So basically what you do is you inhale and then you tighten your lips, but you leave a little tiny hole like right in the front where you have to force the air out. Like it's not going to come out all at once. So it's like you're trying to play a trombone or a tuba or, whatever. And then you purse your lips and then there's a little tiny hole right here. And so you go, so for a sustained amount of time, you're trying to force the air out and you keep your lips as tight as possible while allowing just a little tiny bit of air to come out, right? And it might make you a little lightheaded because you're having to push so hard, right? But by doing that, you're manually opening up the bronchioles, right? So it's a way to do it without oils. Here, we're going to go back and forth, right? So let's do it together. Take a long, slow, deep breath. Hold your breath. Make your lips really tight, a little tiny hole somewhere in the front, and then force the air out. And then when you're done, just be still and let your breath regulate. So this is tied to not just respiratory health, but reaching deeper levels of consciousness, being able to go within deeper is tied to unwinding these bronchioles like this. So you see in a lot of traditions, they play a horn, they play a conch shell, they play, some sort of wind instrument where they have to blow on the instrument a lot, right? Different traditions have it. A lot of different traditions have it. And the issue is by having to blow through the instrument, you're basically unwinding the bronchioles. But then when you're still, you go into deeper levels of consciousness, deeper levels of awareness. You can experience deeper levels of oneness, right? So there's something to unwinding these bronchioles, right? So let's do it again. You're going to take a nice, long, slow, deep breath. Hold your breath. And then force it out that little hole between your lips. Yeah, and after one time, just let your breath regulate for a minute. And then again, long, slow, deep breath. Hold your breath. Force the air out between the lips. Just let the breath regulate. Pull your oil out again. Whichever oil you were just using. And just begin inhaling it. Nowhere in particular. And then just pause. Just let it go for a moment. Just be still for a moment. Up into your neck, your upper chest, the back of your throat. Where do you feel the most tension? Inhale into that area. And then just pause. Just let it go. Just let your breath regulate for a moment. Let's do another round of pursed lip breathing. So you're going to inhale, tighten your lips, and then force the air out. No oils, you're just inhaling, hold your breath, and then force the air out. And then just let your breath regulate. And then again, long, slow, deep breath, tighten the lips, force the air out. First lip breathing. And let the breath regulate. Take your oil up again. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the throat, the front throat chakra. And then your awareness is on the bottom of the throat minor. And then just pause and be still. Just let it all go. Let it incubate for a moment. And then one more time. Inhaling, your awareness is on the throat. Your awareness is on the bottom of your throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then just pause and be still. Just let the breath regulate for a moment. Okay, let's just check. Long, slow, deep breath. And then the best that you can, control the exhalation. Also check for chest expansion, the depth of your breath. Okay, so let's go ahead and unmute or type in. Let's just have a few shares. You can unmute yourself, type in, go ahead and.
Go ahead, Judy.
Hey, Judy, how'd you do?
Let's get you unmuted. I can't hear you quite yet.
I figured I turned the camera on, but I forgot to unmute. Thank you, Greg. I want to thank you so much for this. I'm a singer. I have professionally taught vocal singing and speaking.
Mhm.
And I have pretty good breath work, and I have pretty big expansion. But when you asked us to check for tension, I found some tension in my upper middle, kind of middle back.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And as we did the technique, I found it relax.
Oh, good.
And so basically, I don't have a question, but I have a gratitude. Thank you for that.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hope all is well with you and Sam.
Yeah, yeah, everything's going good. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Hold on just a sec.
Sorry about
We lost
that.
Sam
Got
there for a moment.
thirsty after doing all that breathing. Go ahead, Denise, then Ralph.
Hey, Denise.
Hi, boy, this was really good for me. My whole left side of my face and neck were so jammed up. And even I still have a catch real low, but I've never been able to breathe this deeply. I
Oh,
don't
good.
think my whole lifetime. I don't think
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah,
and
I mean, bronchial spasms can go on for decades. It's not like it's something that resolves itself. If we, colds and flus can do it, allergies can do it, but pain can do it. Like, anytime the body's in pain, especially the sharper the pain, within a week or two, you have pretty substantial bronchial spasms. So it's one of those things, it's almost like, even if you feel like, I don't really have that issue, you go through and you treat it, you're like, well, I'm breathing better. It's a thing that always can be done. But like you said, you could go on decades and have, bronchial spasms and not really.
not even be aware of it.
No.
I panic. I sometimes panic that I can't get the air. I definitely can inhale, but on the exhale, for some reason,
Yeah, that's
I have to,
bronchospasms. Yeah,
it
that's
is, isn't it?
that's
Oh my
exactly
gosh.
what that is. Yeah.
And I almost feel like I'm drowning, you know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? And it's in my left neck down low, but it went all the way up above my left eyebrow. I could feel
Yeah.
all that around my face open up. That was
Nice.
like all scrunched. Yeah.
Nice.
Thank you so much.
You're so
Thank you.
welcome. And but if you think about even like your verbiage, when you have bronchial spasms, you're more prone to anxiety, and it actually can cause certain kinds of panic attacks. And it's because like you feel like I can't breathe, I can't get enough air, or like I'm gulping air, whatever it is. Um, the body will trigger the reaction, so a lot of times we think of something like a panic attack as being something psychological. A lot of times it's something physiological is triggering a response, like you're panicked that something's not going to happen, that is supposed to be just on autopilot, and the breath is one of them. And so by going through and treating this, a lot of times you'll notice that you feel a little calmer, a little more peaceful. And it wasn't that you were stressed out about anything emotionally or mentally, you just were feeling that. But if you have things that are emotionally and mentally, stressful or difficult, by doing this, you're able to stay more relaxed and calmer when dealing with them.
I still have something way up in my shoulder, that comes down mid chest and then up on that left jaw and up ahead. I just think that it's kind of where things want to go back and tighten up, because they've been tight
Well,
for so long.
it
Does that make
could,
sense?
could be, but we're also going to keep unwinding things throughout this. I don't know how long it's going to take us to get through it all, but I'd be curious to see how you feel by the time we get through all the techniques.
I'm looking forward to it,
Yeah.
especially because this was so encouraging.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
So one of them could be simply like the skeletal muscle, like around the chest and everything, like those can tighten up when you've really had to struggle. Everything has to start to compensate. And so that's why I'm thinking that as we go through and we treat some of these other issues, as we do these techniques here, that more of that should unwind.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Good.
And go ahead, Ralph, then Deanna.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg. Yeah, so I did definitely notice more chest expansion and very relaxing. I was also practicing, well, I've been practicing for a long time, breathing into the dantian, the navel
Mhm.
breathing.
Mhm.
And so is there an oil that I would use? So I used Ami Visnaga for this.
Okay.
Is there an oil that would be for practicing the navel breathing better than Ami Visnaga?
What are you trying to do with the navel breathing?
That's just typically when I start inhaling oils, that's what I go to is the navel breathing. I'm trying to breathe more from my navel and less from my chest.
Oh, I see. Like you're trying to do abdominal breathing.
Yes. Yeah.
Um any of these things here would be good for helping to develop a better abdominal breathing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Excellent. Great. Thanks.
So,
And go ahead, Deanna, then Barbara.
hey, Diana.
So I just wanted to share with you, I've been suffering of asthma from
Uh-huh.
like 10 years now. It's been on and off, on and off. And for the last month, I had it and I healed it. It was still like, but this like really helped me a lot. So I just wanted
Yes.
to
Good.
let you,
Yeah.
thank you. Like,
I
oh,
mean, because asthma, I mean, there's an allergy component to it. Sometimes there's a lack of like fish oil in the body. That's usually the fish oil is when it's induced more like with exercise or a lot of movement. But if you look at asthma, it's a lot of bronchial restriction. And so by going through and doing this kind of regularly, it will help substantially. Yeah.
thank you so much,
You're
guys.
so welcome. You're so welcome. And then do your healing, do your oils, do your healing after you do the breathing exercise. You should be able to knock it down quite a bit.
I'll do so. Thanks.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Barbara.
Hey, Barbara.
Hey there, I have an odd question. So this was very expansive and relaxing and it felt very open. And then at the very end, when you said check in on your breath one more time, I was back to that. Oh, my right lung feels different. And I always put it that way, as though maybe there's a little constriction on that side of the chest. And I wasn't,
It could be like you don't have quite the expansion on that side.
yeah, restriction, I think is what it feels like. And I didn't notice it during the process, but at the very end, when you had us check in, it's like, oh, it just feels a little tightness or a little restriction or something on the right.
Well, it makes me wonder, like one of the things that it potentially could be is I mean, it could be the lung, but a lot of times I would look at the thoracic, like the rib cage, and sometimes the intercostals, there might be a little bit of tension, but my guess is there's that muscle that's over on the side, right? You know, like kind of not quite in your armpit, but in front of the shoulder blade, like, but you're reaching from the front. And there's this muscle called the serratus anterior. And when it's tight, it doesn't allow for the chest to expand. You know, it reduces the chest expansion. And a lot of times people will come, like the presenting system is a symptom would be like, I don't have the chest expansion, or I don't have the lung expansion on this one side. And so, do you ever get a stitch in your side? You know how like when you've drank too much water and then you go for a run or a walk or something, you get that little stitch inside. Do you ever get one of those on that side?
Not often. I mean, I have, but it's been a long time.
Okay. I would put something antispasmodic on like the rib cage, like over here. So like, you know, marjoram, Paracelsus, basil, you know, something that will helichrysum, you know, something that will have an antispasmodic effect, and then take some breaths again and just manually open up that area.
Okay, thank you. And why didn't I notice it during the process? When it
I'm not
wasn't-
sure. It might be that you increase the lung volume to the point where you maybe started pushing what that muscle could do. Like, so at first you might not have noticed it, but then as the chest opened up more, that muscle only allowed it to open up so much. That's my guess. But
And then it kind of went back to its base.
yeah. Or you have greater movement and it relaxed, but then it still reached a limit. You know what I mean? So you're just trying to push the limit a little bit more.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Feeling relaxed around chest area and yawning.
Mhm.
What are the oil blends in Breathe Easy? What are the
Oh,
oils in
Breathe
Breathe
Easy.
Easy?
Let's look that up. It's basil, but it's the clove type. It's not basil and clove together. There's a type of basil called basil clove. And then Tuscan blue rosemary, spikenard, Roman chamomile, mandarin, clary sage, aniseed, myrtle. That's all. That's a type of myrtle. That's not two things. Amivisnaga and helichrysum. So
And Greg did a whole write-up about Breathe Easy in one of the newsletters some time ago, and I just put a link in there for you in the
yeah,
chat.
and
as
I think
well.
the ingredients I think are listed on that one as well.
Mhm. Are there cautions or adjustments for someone who has a diagnosis of idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis?
Anytime you have a serious issue like this, I would just be cautious about inhaling things for long periods of time. So you can inhale a little tiny bit and then see how you handle that, and then you can do a little bit more, but don't push it.
Wow. I'm using Anula oil. It is really relaxing the upper
Mhm.
chest, neck areas. Thank you. I didn't know that I needed it.
Most everybody needs this from time to time. Yeah. So, okay, so we are going to jump to number 2. And this is just about, okay, so we've opened up the bronchioles. Each of these can stand on their own, but really when you do them all together, they are like a bigger technique about just opening up the respiratory tract and the function and everything. And so here we're looking at respiratory rate. And most times, most people, they're breathing too fast, too rapid, right? So we want to slow that down. This allows for better breathing, better depth of breath, but it also reduces body tension and allows the body to shift into deeper states of breathing that would be associated more with rest and repair. Like rapid breathing is definitely associated with like kind of fight, flight, or sympathetic nervous system function. Like, you're breathing faster, so it's more about activity and taking action, and eventually will turn into anxiety and eventually even into panic. And so we just want the breath to be regulated. So here are choices: spikenard, valerian, lang lang. Those are your best bets. If you don't have one of those, lavender could be a substitute, but spikenard and lang lang are the 2 things that usually get used for this. So whatever you got. And at first, just take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Notice your breath. Notice your breath. And then again, just take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. First, we're just seeing what the oil does, and then we'll direct it. And then just pause. Check in with your breath. Big, deep breath. Check chest expansion. And then let your breath out. Go as slow as you can. And just checking your breath. Okay, so this time you're going to inhale, your awareness is on your lungs. So your awareness is on your lungs, you're taking nice, big, long, slow, deep breaths. And now move your awareness to the ajna, the area between your eyebrows. And then just be still. Just be still. That's how. Yeah. Just let everything regulate for a moment. And then again, Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the lungs. Then your awareness is between the eyebrows on the ajna. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your area between your eyebrows. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then pause and be still. Mhm. Let's do it one more time. Like this one, you can cycle through many, many times, but I think 3 or 4 times is good. So you're inhaling, your awareness is on the lungs. If you have issues with rapid breathing, you could do it more times. But from time to time, this is a nice one to do. Just like Samantha was saying, she goes, everything just feels better. Like she doesn't have the issue with rapid breathing, but in a way, we all kind of do a little bit. You know, it's just a way to calm down the physiology, calm down. Yeah, I find that if I'm feeling overstimulated by the environment, you know, loud noises, you know, whatever it is, too many people, if I do this, I'm fine. And your awareness is between the eyebrows. And then just pause and be still. Pause and be still. Just let it incubate for a moment. Let's have a couple people share. Like if anybody has an experience they want to share or question, you can unmute yourself or type in. How did you do?
More alert too.
You feel more alert, like relaxed but more alert, both at the same time. Yeah. Everybody's quiet. How about we'll jump to the respiratory weakness then? So this is when the breath is, it usually is associated with some sort of health issue, but it can even be a byproduct of long-term allergies and things like that. But it's just like the inhalation, exhalation is not very strong. So it's shallow or shallowish, right? So you have choices, any kind of fir, any kind of spruce, excuse me, any kind of pine, Sitka, terebinth. Thyme and cinnamon are used a lot of times for this, especially in blends. I use thyme a lot for this, but in any of them will work. So choose whichever one you have or what works for you. Okay. And first off, just do some inhalations. Just take a series of long, slow, deep breaths with the oil. Just taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause. Just pause for a moment. Begin inhaling again. This time your awareness is on the lungs. Long, slow, deep breaths with awareness on the lungs. Move your awareness to the ajna, the area between your eyebrows. And your awareness is on the back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. And again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the lungs. Your awareness is between the eyebrows. Hmm? What's that? You're on the ajna. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. And then just pause. Let's do another quick round. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the lungs. The area between your eyebrows. And the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. And then just pause and be still. Just let it incubate for a moment. We're going to move over to the Astara Sunday session. We're going to do a little meditation healing. If you want to join us, that would be great. We're preparing for WESOC, which is Tuesday night. Join us if you can. We're trying to prep as best we can for the WESOC, which is the strongest full moon of the year. If not, we're going to be back at 1:30 after lunch. So I'll see you in about an hour and a half, or I'll see you in a couple minutes. Hey, everybody, let's come on back and let's stay on track. So we are at the top of page 13 and we're doing lung capacity. So you have Eucalyptus globulus or polybroct. Eucalyptus globulus is a lot of times when people just say eucalyptus, that's what they're talking about. The issue here is sometimes Eucalyptus globulus can be a little too strong just inhaling like this. So you would maybe rub it down in the chest, hold it farther away, but it's very good for expanding the lungs. If you're in have really chronic asthma, it might not be the first thing you would use. It's actually something that could heal the asthma later down the road, but sometimes you have to gently open up the chest. And so hyssop is always good for this. Rosemary is also very good for expanding the lung capacity. So you're trying to stretch how much the lungs can expand. We're usually undoing some sort of restriction, right? So let's pull out something that you have here. Eucalyptus globulus, polybroct, both the hyssops. But if you've been using hyssop and you have eucalyptus, why don't you give eucalyptus a shot? Just because you've already been working the hyssop quite a bit. Or rosemary. And so with that, before we start doing any of the technique, let's have you just take a big, long, slow, deep breath. And then gently let it out. See lung capacity, expansion, how well you're breathing. Okay, and now let's just inhale the oil for a moment. Let's just get used to it. And Take some long, slow, deep breaths. You're not really directing it anywhere. These listed better. If they don't have anything else, that's fine. But yeah, yeah. Like I put globulus in there too. And then just pause and be still. Okay, you're inhaling now. Your awareness is on your lungs. Your awareness is on your lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to your front solar plexus, that area below your ribs, your upper abdomen. Your awareness is still on your front solar plexus. You're taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Let's give ourselves a break for just a moment. Just pause. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the back solar, the mid back area. Nice, long, big, deep breaths. And then your back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause, let go. Again, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the lungs. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Awareness on the lungs. Your front solar, below your ribs on your upper abdomen. And the back solar, the mid back area below the shoulder blades. And then the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. And then just pause and be still. How's it treating? Just let it incubate for a minute or two. Let's do it one more time. Inhale, your awareness is on the lungs. Nice, slow, deep breath. Your front solar plexus, area below your ribs, on the upper abdomen. The back solar, the mid back area. Your back solar, the mid back area. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Awareness is on the back heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Just let it incubate for a moment. And then take some long, slow, deep breaths. Check out lung capacity, the ease of breathing, the depth of your breathing, and then your ability to have a slow exhalation. Remember the way it was this morning before we started. When do you notice?
I really do feel like my lungs are able to breathe more and the exhale's easier. And I also feel like I want to fill even more in.
Right. Like you feel like there's still more room to, right? So we're kind of doing this in a progressive way. Like if you could hear Samantha, like her expansion is getting bigger, but you could feel that there's still more space for improvement, right? And so some of that's the diaphragm and some of that's going to be skeletal muscles. So which we're going to address. So let's go ahead and have a few shares or questions before we move to the diaphragm. Mute yourself, type in.
Someone shared same for me.
Yeah, yeah. And think about it, this morning. Like you notice how your breath was, even if you thought, like, I don't know that I really have an issue. By the time you get here, you're like, I had some issues, right? Like even when you feel good, there's always room for improvement, especially in the breathing mechanisms. And if you do just the respiratory techniques here, and then you say you have some respiratory issue, like the conditions that are listed after this, you could do the technique and then go, okay, now I'm going to treat my fill in the blank, my cough, my croup, my whatever it might be, right? And so,
Rosemary verbena really helped my breathing.
yeah, I bet, yeah.
Everything feels expanded greatly.
Yeah.
But I think the kernel I feel in the back of my heart is art programming.
Could be. Yeah.
I can take 4 count and breathe out for 7 to 8 count.
Oh, nice.
slowly,
That's great.
which improved about 30%.
Yeah, that's tremendous. Okay, so we're going to do the diaphragm, but we're gonna target 2 mechanisms. One is the diaphragm function on the inhalation, and then the second is we're gonna target the diaphragm function in the exhalation. So we're gonna try to maximize how well the diaphragm works, right? So again, these are from the bronchial spasms segment: frankincense, German chamomile, hyssop, is up to Cumbens, Sitka, and the Breathe Easy. So whichever one you want to use. For this, Anula, yeah, you could use Anula.
Would it be an A choice?
It would be a B choice. Yeah. Okay, so begin just by inhaling the oil. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're not directing it anywhere at this point. You're just taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause. Okay, go ahead and begin inhaling. This time your awareness is on your lungs. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on your lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then your back solar. Your awareness is on your back solar, your mid back area, below your shoulder blades. And then just be still. Just let it all go. By taking a long, slow, deep breath now, let's just see where you're at. When do you notice? Hmm. Okay, so we're going to do that again. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your lungs. What were you using? Awareness is on the front solar plexus. Of your medicine. Your awareness is on your front solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And your back solar plexus. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the back solar plexus, mid back area. I have it in my head. And then just pause and be still. Now we're going to do the expiration aspect of it. So here, some sort of balsam, fir balsam, Peru balsam, poplar, tolu balsam. Also angelica can work. Friar's balsam. Let's see if you have one of those. And when you have the one you're going to use, just start inhaling it for a moment. Just get used to it. If they don't have any balsam. Yeah. Okay, pause for a moment. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the lungs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on the back heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. That area between your shoulder blades. And then your back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. And then just pause and be still. How did that one? And do your breath. See how it feels. I think your issue was on the expiration, like on that, letting the air go. Okay, again, same oil. Your awareness is on the lungs. Your back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. in the back of your throat. And be still. Let's just let it incubate for a moment. How about this? We'll take a break and we'll come back. We'll touch it up. We'll do a little stretch for the diaphragm, and then we'll do the skeletal muscles, and then we'll evaluate. So we'll come back at a quarter till, and we'll again hit the ground running a little bit, and we'll go from there. Hey, everybody. So we're going to do just a little bit of a stretch. Let's still have those 2 oils that you just used for the inhalation, exhalation of the diaphragm release. Have those handy, but this is what we're going to do. You're going to take a nice, long, slow, deep breath, and then you're going to hold your breath, right? And then as you hold your breath, kind of go one way as far as you can. Don't push it. Then go the other way. And then exhale, right? Then inhale, and then go as far forward as you can. And then arch your back, going backwards as far as you can. And then again, inhale. One side. Other side. Exhale. Inhale again. Bend forward, bend back. And let's do it one more time. Inhale, and then do your side to side. And inhale, forward and back. Okay, take one of the oils, whichever one. The ones used for the inhalation was frankincense, German chamomile, hyssop, Sitka, or breathe easy. And then you use some form of balsam or angelica. So take one of them and just start doing some long, slow, deep breaths. Then rotate to the other one. Long, slow, deep breaths. And then rotate back to the other one. And rotate back to the other one. And then let the inhalation go. Take a big, long, slow, deep breath. Hold your breath and then do the side to side stretch. And then forward and back. Okay, let's go ahead and share some experiences. Ask questions. You can unmute yourself or type in. Go ahead and fire away.
After we did the breathing, I was able to do the movements. After we did the back and forth, the
Mhm.
movements seemed
Got easier, right? Yeah.
Go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Let's get you unmuted.
Thanks, Sam. I needed that help. I'm kind of spacey. Anyways, I just feel like I've had a whole session with you where you just,
Okay.
I feel like I've had a chiropractic thing. I mean,
right.
I don't think my body's been this high, and I know it has never breathed this deeply for I don't know how long. So thank you.
You know, and you know, that's the thing is the breath can always use work. Like even dealing with athletes, you know, you would think that they would be at peak performance, but you go through and you do this little set of techniques and you know, they're always amazed at how much better they're breathing. And you know, they're dependent on their breath for activity, and so they're usually on top of it, but you can always improve the breathing quality, always.
I just had not realized how much I'd held my breath, or like you said, it's been just a long time. I did have a head injury when I was in my 30s. Well, I had a couple, but a big one where the horse fell on top of me and rolled over me. So,
Oh wow,
yeah, that was a big one.
ugh, that
But
sounds nasty. Like,
yeah, I think you've mentioned before though that sometimes it can cause some of the breathing.
mhm,
There was a word
sure.
you used for it. I thought of it the other day, but it's so ironic. And today the class has been on, and it's been wonderful for me. Thank you so much,
You're
Greg.
so welcome. You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
Is the sound going now?
Yes.
Okay, on that last spine stretch,
Mhm.
is
It's a diaphragm stretch, but yeah.
was it for with the balsams or with the antispasmodic?
You're not, like when you're doing the stretch itself, you're not really using anything, but you're going back and forth between the inhalation and exhalation. So the balsams are one of them, and then either frankincense or hyssop or sitka or breathe easy, and you're just kind of going back and forth. So you keep relaxing the function of the diaphragm by working on both. Like a lot of times we kind of focus more on the inhalation, but it can be both. Yeah.
Okay, and so the section for skeletal muscles with the antispasmodic.
Oh, we haven't gotten there yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we haven't gotten there yet. Yeah. We're about to though.
Okay, and then well, like m my intercostals don't really aren't release in that diaphragm, and it's worse on the side, left side, where I have the spastic.
Right. So you could use the antispasmodics. You know what you might want to try? You probably have it in some of your old class kits, and then you can make it into an ointment. But Paracelsus, take Paracelsus and put it in some massage oil, and then rub it on your rib cage. That might help the intercostals to relax more, so you get more chest expansion.
Yeah, and the solar plexus and diaphragm are stuck too. It has something to do with like T12 is in the spinal curvature, there's a turn and a rotation there
Mhm.
that affects it. And if it's too far out, I can't even hold down food.
Oh, wow.
I don't oh. Well, the Paracelsus help that too.
It's not going to help the rotation itself, but it should help reduce the spasms that help draw that out of place. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then question from what we did yesterday, would it enhance what we're doing today?
Sure. Yeah. And even like, here we're going through and we're doing a diaphragm release, say in the middle of all the, you're opening up your chest, you're opening up your lungs, you're increasing lung capacity, and all of a sudden you're like, I'm having weird feelings come up from the past, like you might have old trauma or old stresses that are coming up. So if that's the case, you would go back and you would grab like the helichrysum and process the trauma that's popping up. So you might go back and do, a little of integration of the two. Yeah.
No, that's it.
So let's go down to the skeletal muscles, which we're at the top of page 14 now, number 6. And this is just going to treat the respiratory or the muscles that help with respiration. So your skeletal muscles aren't involved in respiration directly, but they do help elevate the rib cage and things like that. So you might have issues in the neck, you might have it in the chest, you might have it in the back, somewhere over in the shoulder areas, over in here. So we're just going to go through and explore some areas with body awareness. So you're choosing black pepper or larch or marjoram, petitgrain, anaspasmodic, pepper supreme. You don't have those, just something that's antispasmodic. Okay, so first off, check in with your chest, check in with your neck. Where do you feel it the most? Right? And then wherever that is, put your awareness there. Start taking long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause for a moment. So let's do this systematically. Check in with your neck. What do you feel jumping out at you the most in your neck? Whatever that is, take some long, slow, deep breaths with the oil, with your awareness on that part in your neck. Just be still. Just be still. Now explore the tops of your shoulders, especially like closer to the neck and shoulder area. Where do you feel it in there? And then let that go. Explore the chest area, the whole chest area. Where do you feel the tension there? You okay? You have a funny look. Right? Now let that go. Now, over here, like where the shoulder and the chest meet, there's a muscle called the pectoralis minor. It's a little tiny muscle that comes down and attaches down in like this area, but it helps with the elevation of the ribs. So you're going to go to this area, like where the little ridge between the chest and your shoulder is. So explore that area. You're still taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, let that go. The upper back area. Explore the upper back. Where do you feel it in your upper back? And let that go. And then explore the sides of your ribs, like from your armpits down. Not really. It's helping, yeah. So Samantha, as we were undoing the diaphragm, like her skeletal muscles were causing a bit of an issue. And now unwinding this, she's become a yawning machine, but it's becoming much easier to breathe.
Like
Right.
when we have awareness and there's a part that hurts,
Uh,
after I do a breath or two, the pain is gone.
Gone, right. So we don't really think of skeletal muscles as playing a role in respiratory function, but in osteopathic practices, like when somebody comes in and has an issue with some sort of, some sort of breathing issue, there's actually a series of manipulations that you do on the upper torso that helps open up the chest and the bronchioles, like up on the neck and things. So we're just doing the oil version of that. Okay, and then just pause and then evaluate. Out of all the areas that we've evaluated, where do you feel it the most? The neck, the chest, the upper back, the sides of the ribs, that corner over in the shoulder, whatever is your personal spot. And if it's somewhere else, like something else is jumping up and out at you, your awareness is there, and take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause. And then again, reevaluate. Where do you feel it the most? One area that we didn't really explore is the face, like in and around the nose. And it's not necessarily used to elevate the rib cage, but sometimes those areas get a little wound up because of the sinuses. So let's explore the face, especially like in this area, the cheek and in this area. And you can check in with your spine. Where do you feel it in the spine? You know, that upper and mid back, most likely. So explore your spine a little bit and then take some inhalations with your awareness on the spine. This is changing good.
Yeah.
And then just be still. Take a nice, big, long, slow, deep breath. Check your breath, your lung expansion, the depth of your breath, how you feel emotionally, mentally, your thoughts. Notice body tension. So this is not, we're not treating a particular symptom. we're treating the system, we're increasing function. And so before we even go and say, let's treat a particular symptom, look at how much better everything's functioning. So now any sort of symptom-oriented approach is going to be a lot more effective, right? So anything you're trying to resolve, if you're trying to resolve it when there's a bunch of other things not functioning well, the tendency is it's not going to work very good. But when you improve the system and then you go back and go, now let's focus on a symptom. I have XYZ, let's treat it. And so we did a very long drawn out thing. You could fire through these and you know, maybe within an hour you could cover everything that we've done today. But then you don't have to do it every day, but from time to time. And then when you have a respiratory issue, excuse me, you're going specifically for the symptom, it becomes much easier to resolve. So anyway, let's go ahead and share experiences, ask questions. Be curious how your breath changed with doing the skeletal muscles.
My left side of breast feels little more heavy than the right side.
The chest or the breast? That's probably, if it's the breast, it's probably lymphatic stagnation. You know, lymph nodes in the breast can get backed up, and
It's around the breast area.
yeah, maybe use some sort of oil that's good for lymphatic movement, like helichrysum, even something like rosemary or rosemary verbena, you know, lymphatic blend, you know, something like that, chakra root cleanser.
And they said overall feeling light and relaxed.
Good, good.
Go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Miss Laura.
Hey, Greg. So
How'd
I
you
have
do?
a question.
How'd you do?
Oh, you know, this has been the perfect weekend for this. This is great.
Good.
I was curious because I have a pepper roller ball,
Uh-huh.
pepper supreme roller ball.
Mhm.
Is that something, as you take a breath, is that also going to help to put it directly on those spots?
Yeah, you can totally. Yeah. You like, especially if you feel like a little bit of a glitch somewhere. In the old days, I didn't treat it usually with inhalation like we're doing now. I would just actually apply things to the area topically. And you know, I find that works, but sometimes you can't reach, you know, like if it's on the backside, you can't reach it. So I start thinking like there's got to be a different way. And then as I started exploring this, I found this to be equally as effective. And so the combination of the two is even more potent. The thing that I use sometimes for reducing like spasms and if there's trigger points is, you know, you remember that blend Paracelsus. You know, it's to help stimulate the body going into rest and repair, but it's also a very strong antispasmodic. It's very good for reducing trigger points. So a lot of times I'll put that on topically, but then do the inhalation with these particular oils if I really feel like the rib cage or something's really super wound up. That's the way that I'll approach it.
Great. I was doing it and I didn't know if it was just a waste of the materials or not, but
And pepper supreme, you know, those are 3 different peppers, very good antispasmodic. Like, you know, just rolling it on some spots. Very, very nice. You know, another one that could work in that I didn't mention here, you know, because it's not really a respiratory oil, but APR. Remember that APR?
sure.
Yeah, you could roll that on the spots as well.
So for a deep cough, would just rolling it on the chest help?
Yeah, so a deep cough can actually even boy, there we go, saying things twice again. Even even rubbing it on the abdominal area, because sometimes a cough is coming actually from just below the diaphragm and the digestive tract. Sometimes it's the neck, and then sometimes it is like the chest and the lungs. And so I just hit all the spots. If you're having a deep cough, especially after being sick, it's the chest, right? But if you have like a bit of a spasmodic cough that's really not productive, it's kind of dry, that's usually more the neck or can be the upper part of the digestive tract.
And what would be the one of choice for that, for the, like the chest?
Anything that we just talked about, like like when you're having like in the middle of a cold or flu, or mucus or bad allergies or something, and you have a cough and there's a lot of mucus, a lot of times I'll use something that's more of a balsam, because like fir balsam or
And I just ordered that,
yeah.
the Tulu.
So the Tolu balsam might be my first choice. Like if
Okay.
I go through all the balsams, because it also relaxes the like the trachea, and it does a bunch. But the balsams tend to be more soothing than anything else. So sometimes it's like you're wanting to open up the chest, but also reduce the like the agitation from like just constantly coughing and or having a bunch of mucus or straining to breathe. So the balsams can be very, very soothing for something like that. Like this last cold or flu that went around, I would say when people were, sending emails and stuff, I found myself telling a lot more people to use balsams on their chest this year than I've had in years past. And it's just the nature of some kind of certain kinds of respiratory things, sometimes you're trying to expand it out, but the balsams are really super soothing for something like that. So
Great, thank you.
So when we were going through and doing the process, someone
Mm.
said it's tender on the right. And I think it was when we did this one.
Mhm.
And now they're saying my right lung feels a bit less restricted now.
Oh, is that Barbara? Yeah. Good. I suspect that for you is that serratus end here, which is on the outer part of the rib cage. So yeah.
And go ahead, Jan.
Hey Jan, how'd you
Hi,
do?
can you hear me? Hi.
Yes, yes.
Hi. This whole weekend's been really good for me too, and I appreciate it. I've been having a lot of problems with asthma and allergies the last few months, and so that last part we did, especially that part 3 respiratory techniques, I used rosemary, hyssop, fir balsam, and Pedigrin, and it just, my breath got deeper and deeper and was really helpful.
Oh, good, good. And so the asthma has been like more recent, or is it like a long chronic thing?
It's just been in the last I would say 10 years. I've been prescribed a couple of inhalers, and then I went to a pulmonologist about 6 months ago, and he prescribed an inhaler to use twice a day, and then plus I also had an albuterol rescue inhaler.
Right, right.
But anyway, yeah.
So like let's just talk a couple of things about that. So one of the things with inhalers is take some extra magnesium.
Okay.
Like 400 or 500 milligrams a day. If you're already taking it, that's good. But if you need a bigger dosage, you really can't bump up the dosage too much, because if you take too much magnesium, it gives you like a loose bowel movement. But you can use the herb wood betony.
Okay.
And the thing with the inhalers is it does lower magnesium serum levels a bit. And so you'll notice that you start getting spasms in your body more, and you might start getting headaches. Those are signs that like you're becoming magnesium deficient. And
Oh.
so, just no big deal. You just bump up your magnesium usage, and then it augments what the inhalers are doing. But
Mhm.
also, they've done studies where about 90% of people that have asthma or asthma-like symptoms, they're vitamin C deficient. And
Ah,
vitamin C doesn't get stored in the body. We really pass it through our body very quickly. And
right.
so the use of quercetin, which is a crude form of vitamin C,
Mhm.
it takes the body longer to process it, so it stays in the body longer.
Okay.
And a lot of times with that, you can reduce inhaler usage or even get off the inhalers.
Oh, okay. That
And
sounds
so like 2 or 3 tablets,
Mhm.
like probably twice a day.
Okay.
You could do more, but at least twice a day.
2 or 3 tablets
Mhm.
twice.
And
Okay.
and that way, it reduces it and makes your inhalers more effective. But
Mhm.
a lot of times after a while, you'll find that might not need the inhaler as much or even at all.
Great. Okay. Well, he's got me coming back every 3 months, and
Yeah,
so
yeah.
next time maybe he'll.
I mean, use the inhaler while you need it. Like, I'm not saying go off the inhaler, but if you
Right.
start doing the quercetin, you'll probably find that you might be able to go off the inhaler.
Okay. That
Yeah.
sounds good. And have the allergies been, I mean, pollen and stuff been kind of worse all over the country? Because here in New
I think
Mexico,
it's been a little bit like we have weird weather patterns these days, and so
yeah.
pollen is going to be present at like odder times, not the normal times, and
Mm,
it does seem a bit more intense these last few
mhm.
years. So I would
Yeah.
say yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Just curious. Well,
Yeah.
thank you again. The whole
You're so welcome.
thing of just getting my breathing deeper and yeah, being able to take a deep, complete breath is really very rewarding. So thank you.
Good.
And when the person was feeling tender when we were doing it, it was actually the right side when we were doing the neck.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So how about I think that covers all the questions. We'll take a little break and we're going to come back and we're going to open it up to Q&A for you guys, like kind of anything respiratory oriented goes. And then we might jump into doing a couple of protocols specific for conditions, but the whole back end of the booklet is conditions that you can look up and has protocols that are just a symptom oriented approach. And well, we'll talk about when we come back. So we'll come back at about 10 till.
Let me.
Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and open it up to your guys' questions about different respiratory conditions and the things you're trying to do. And let's do some problem solving. Yeah, unmute yourself or type in. Go ahead and fire away.
Yeah, go ahead, Lolly.
Hey, Lolly.
Hey, so that's been really great. So a few things. I mean, my breathing is much better.
Okay.
Even though I didn't even realize that it was a little bit off.
Right. Isn't that amazing?
body-
Like you think like, I'm
Yeah.
good. And then you do a treatment. You're like, I wasn't that good.
Exactly.
Yeah.
My body though is kind of, so my neck was a little bit bothering me before, so it's still like the left side of the neck is still like I still feel like the connection between like the
Like,
neck and the shoulder.
Point out where, like,
So like in between, like where the neck is connect, like if I'm trying to move my head to the left, it goes, but it's painful. So closer to like where the neck is connecting to the shoulder, to the upper part of the shoulder in a way.
okay,
Like
like
the
for the
bottom
neck
of
and
the
shoulder
neck.
meet.
The bottom of the neck, yeah.
Yeah,
The left
okay.
side.
So like with there, you can do a couple of different things. A lot of times I use like vetiver or spikenard and rub it on that area, and you could do that a couple of times a day. And the other one would be the Paracelsus blend. You could do it as an ointment or you could do it neat, just like the other ones. And if you
Yeah.
rub it on that area, it should be super helpful in reducing the tension in that. Most likely that's part of the trapezius. And so I'm trying to remember, like, trigger point wise, like each oil kind of, let me think about this for a second. Trapezius was. Yeah, if I remember right, the upper trapezius for the trigger point is even vetiver. So, I mean, that works no matter what. So, like vetiver in that area, you know, because that, or do you spend a lot of time on a computer or no?
Yes, yeah. So
It's
it's that, but it's only,
yeah, it's probably a little bit more aggravated by that. I mean, these areas
it's
can get
not-
aggravated very easily on anybody. So it's kind of like what you're saying about the breathing is it's like we think it's fine, but you get in there and you start loosening it up and you realize like, wow, there's a lot of tension there. And so I would rotate the vetiver or spikenard or Paracelsus. And if you don't have those, just something antispasmodic,
I-
you know, like
so I
Margom.
don't have, so that's the thing. I don't have these, but I've been using the APR. I've been
Yeah, that
using
should be helpful.
parabens. That's what I would think. So when I do that on a daily thing, it's good and it's helpful. Now I'm feeling the neck more, especially after we did everything. I was like, oh, maybe it's gonna release that, but it didn't. So
Okay. Yeah, that could be actually just muscular activity. Um, do you have helichrysum?
yeah,
Why don't you try
sure.
putting a
Yeah,
little
yeah. I'm trying
helichrysum
to
on that? Because like the
Okay.
issue also could be a little bit of stress, and it also could be some lymphatic stagnation. And so the helichrysum hits all of that. It's antispasmodic, it's a lymphatic stimulant, and if there's some stress, the helichrysum will flush that out of the tissue. So I would
Okay.
say win. And so
Okay.
keep doing that, and then augment that. Do a little bit of cleaning on the armpit on that side, you know, either inhale
Yeah.
oil into that or, you know,
Mm-hmm.
something like chakra root cleanser or Palo Santo or, you know, something
Yeah.
that's just going to blow a bunch of congestion out of that armpit.
Okay.
Yeah. Because
Okay.
like doing that will take some of the tension out of the shoulder girdle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also this area for me is where I have the TMJ. So I don't know if that's also kind of putting more pressure,
Yeah.
even though
I
it's not
mean,
really close to that.
yeah. Are you going to be able to
Um,
come when I'm in person in California?
yes,
Okay.
I need to
I'll do
text
a
you and schedule.
manual.
Yes.
I'll do a manual thing on
Mm-hmm.
your jaw when I see you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I need to text you and schedule. Yes.
Yeah, just show up for the
And
evening event on Saturday, and I'll do it like after the event or something.
okay, sounds good. Thank you. And then the other thing that I noticed after we did all the breathing stuff is that the right side of the chest is now when I'm taking a deep breath, I feel like there's something, it's like not really pain, but like heaviness, only on the right side.
Yeah. So that's probably muscular / a little lymphatic. So I would keep working the muscular thing, and if the heaviness doesn't diminish, that's some lymphatic stagnation, and use some sort of lymphatic oil, lymphatic blend, helichrysum, chakra root cleanser, which is also a lymphatic stimulant. Even
Mm-hmm.
just some cedar or something on that area, and just flush it out.
Okay, sounds good. Thank
Yeah.
you. And then as far
Do,
as
do you have lemongrass?
it's on its way, it's gonna be here
Okay.
in 2 days. Yes.
When you inhale the lemongrass, inhale the lemongrass on those points on your shoulders and then your armpits, and see what that does for you.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, I think that might be helpful.
Okay, thank you. And then as far as the process itself, so we did all the emotional stuff yesterday, we did all the body stuff today. So realistically, you would do that as maintenance. You'll do both of them as maintenance.
You can pick and kind of mix and match how you want to do it, or you could do it as like each segment is like a protocol unto itself, and you can do it from maintenance from time to time. But if you're dealing with really serious respiratory issues, I'd go through and fire through that. It doesn't have to be in one sitting, but I'd work it all, just because it's not always just about the physiology. Sometimes there's all these other factors that play in. Like a good example is yesterday when we were doing the north and people had stuff coming up, right?
Yeah.
Those would contribute to respiratory issues, respiratory dysfunction. Never in a million years would you think, that is part of my respiratory issue. And so it'll flush things out that your mind doesn't put together.
So, okay, so two things about that. One is actually, I was wondering about when you mentioned north, you said that things come up. So would you even use that blend? Like, would you use that as a practice on its own?
You could,
when you want to like figure stuff out?
Well, like each of the directions would do a thing unto itself. North is about like applying yourself. So if there is some difficulty with your either applying yourself, or when you apply yourself, it has some negative, like, blowback some way, somehow, the north will help figure that out. Yeah. So if you have like a task, like you're saying, you could just work the north. Yeah.
Okay. So that's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, as far as in addition to the maintenance, let's say really I have somebody that, let's say I'm treating somebody. So if it's something like, let's say it's a minor respiratory thing. A person has a little bit of cough or starting to come down with something, then what would be the most beneficial?
So if you just had somebody like this, like if we take somebody comes in with an acute situation, I do the auric programming. So I do like the pulmonary stress support, the respiratory support, or if it's more sinus related, the sinus support. So I do that, have them do the 4 quadrants, or however you want to do it. And then after that, I would go down to the respiratory technique, and I would do the bronchioles, the bronchial spasms. The very first thing that we did, that's going to hit just right there. That's going to hit a lot of stuff, like just those two things. And then you could drop down to whatever symptom they have, like in the under conditions, section 4, drop down to whatever it is, and then treat the cough accordingly. Yeah.
Okay. And then would you do anything else from what we did yesterday as far as the emotional stuff? Would you do like the Glory of Lebanon to just...
Yeah, if you had more time, but like if you wanted to just get to the meat and potatoes, I'd hit those things. If you had more time, I would definitely work the aura the most. So Glory of Lebanon, and then the Blood 2 or the Aloes, then the auric programming. And then, if you think there's trauma or stress, you work that. And then, so I try to lay it out so you could do it all as a protocol, or you could take like little building blocks and go, I'm going to tailor this protocol for this person. So you kind of had the experience of them all. And so if you, when you're dealing with the person and you do a couple of sessions and you're like, they are not responding, could be that it's a little bit more emotional, or could be that there's some trauma in there, or there's something like that. So then you would go into that a little bit more. And if it's still not responding, then you go, maybe it's like in the unconscious. So then you could go deeper into the unconscious.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense. And then if I were to combine that with healing, then you would start with the part, like you would start with the oils, you would start unwinding things first, and then you can go in with healing.
Yeah, like if you're doing healing, I'd have them be doing the inhalation and doing the protocol, and then while they're doing it, I'd be doing the healing on them.
That's okay. I was actually about to ask that if I can do it at the same time. Okay. Yeah.
It'll make things move and go deeper way faster than doing them each independently. Like, it gives them something to do, it makes them shift, and it allows you to go much deeper in the healing itself. Yeah.
Okay, good. And then German chamomile. You mentioned it the last couple of days. You mentioned it before that it's good for allergies. So it'll be good for allergies that have to do with sinuses, right? Or would
Well,
you do it?
allergies can also be respiratory. Like even a lot of different kinds of asthma and stuff are actually more allergies than anything. And
Right.
so what happens sometimes with allergies is it will make you have really bad bronchial spasms. And so you can use the German chamomile internally to reduce some of the histamine levels and the tendency to produce the mucus, but you can inhale it with the idea that it's unlocking the bronchioles. And so it does have a good antispasmodic effect, but especially if it's allergy related. And so, I think there was a couple of weeks ago, who was that? I think it was when we were in Birmingham.
It
Somebody
was.
had really bad spat. I mean, they could barely talk and breathe. And I gave them some German chamomile and I said, here, just inhale this. And they looked at me like, what, no healing? And I was like, just try this first. And it's one of the students that I've known for like 20 years. And so she started inhaling it. And I mean, she was really struggling. And then I go, you feel better? And she kind of looked around like, where did it go? And she goes, yeah, I did. And I go, do you need a healing? And she goes, no, I don't. And so she just a couple of times a day she was using that and she said it completely went away. And so
But
they can be in like kind of a respiratory crisis. And if it's
yeah.
the bronchial spasms like that, it'll knock it right out. Yeah.
So then would you use that? So two things. Would you use it for like chronic sinusitis as well? Like somebody has like sinus
You
issue.
could. The thing with sinuses is that sinuses usually have a bit more of stress. So they might have some allergies, but it's usually some sort of stress response. And so like in the corporate setting, that's one of the very common issues with people who have a lot of deadlines and things. They're prone to like really bad sinus issues. And so they're like use the sinus oils, rosemary verbenin taken a little bit internally, rosemary verbenin and basil used on the sinus areas is very good. But when you want to start looking at anti-inflammatories, the oils that are dark blue like that, so German chamomile, yarrow, dark blue tansy, even helichrysum will have a strong anti-inflammatory effect. The rosemary verbenin will as well, but like when it's really inflamed, those darker blue oils will work better. Yeah.
Okay. And then what would you do if it's like a skin allergy? Because that's going to be different, right? Or would it German?
Yeah, if it's a
chamomile?
skin allergy, you actually could still use German chamomile. Spikenard a lot of times will be good for skin allergies. And then
Internally?
no, you could just put it on the area topically. Yeah.
Okay.
For skin allergies, even like Roman chamomile can be good. And in milder cases of skin allergies, even lavender can have an impact.
And then you would use the lavender
Just
topically.
topically. Yeah, you just put them all on the spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
so same thing. Would you take any of
Just
these internally?
rub like the German chamomile you could do internally, but I would still rub it on, like if there's an area where there's like rashes or something starting to happen with an allergy. The other one that is a little bit of a potentially palmarosa could work in that area as well. If I find, especially if the skin allergy has a little bit of a digestive component to it, You could put it on topically and then a couple of drops internally, and it could help eradicate that. You know, Palmarosa will change the level or degree of friendly bacteria in the gut. And I think that's why sometimes it's helpful with skin related issues, is
Yeah.
when it's tied to gut function.
Mhm.
Palmarosa will work. If it doesn't work, it means most likely it's not a gut issue.
Yeah. Okay, makes sense. And then what's in the Glory of Lebanon?
It is
What's in the
cypress,
blend?
but the type of cypress is called Nootka. It's like a little bit of a smoky cypress. And then
Yeah, it smells like it.
yeah, and then the cade, which is very smoky, that's a type of juniper, and then fir balsam. So it's cade, fir
Okay.
balsam, and Nootka.
Okay, thank you. And then, okay, these are not related to today. I do have one question that's not related to respiratory stuff. It's gonna be
Yeah,
hopefully a
go
quick one.
ahead.
I'll do just one that's not connected. Good option to dissolve bone spurs in a joint, in a knee.
So
That's
use
not for
like
me, but
lovage,
yeah.
lovage with or by itself with Eucalyptus citrodora. Also that blend Arthurcare is made for that. That's what Arthurcare is for. Yeah. So you could use
Okay.
lovage by itself, you could use Eucalyptus citrodora by itself, you could combine those two, or you could use Arthurcare. Rub it on the area. I mean, you could do neat, but you could put it on with an ointment. You know, the ointment will hold it in place longer. So you could put a little bit in with like lotion or a massage oil, you know, put 5 or 6 drops of whatever it is, and then rub it on that joint
Yeah.
on a daily basis. And it will help with the spurs and the deposits and the way the spur hooks onto the tissue, causing pain. It will help with all of that.
Mhm. So basically either lavage or the citrodora by itself, or do the Arthurcare. So you don't
Right.
need to do everything. You can do
No,
either or.
one or the
Okay,
other.
and
Like the Arthurcare
okay.
has lovage and Eucalyptus citrodora with a few other things already in it. So
Okay, so it's probably
yeah. So
okay, and
whichever
if the
one you want to do. Yeah.
okay, and then let's say but the person also uses like something else, like joint relief or something like that. Would
Yeah,
you
just
combine
rotate them.
them?
Yeah, just rotate them.
Okay, rotate them. And anything internally or no?
No,
Just on the
for
spot.
spurs, no. I mean, you can
Okay.
always do a little bit of a flush for flushing like uric acid and things out of the system. So again, lovage or parsley, you know, a few drops internally, you know, a few days in a row from time to time. But other than that, you know,
Okay, sounds good. And then the ointment, do it once daily, the
I
Arthur
do it once daily. If they're in a lot of pain, I do it a couple of times a day. But say you're using
Okay.
joint relief, like have them use one in
Yeah.
the morning, one in the evening. I mean, just
Yeah,
rotate.
then alternate.
Yeah,
Okay, sounds good. Perfect. Thank you so
you're
much.
so welcome.
Go ahead, Barbara.
Hey, Miss Barbara.
Hey there. Someone asked you earlier about idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, and you said to go very gently.
Mhm.
Are there any particular oils or protocols you would start with if somebody was open to that? This is a 60-year-old man who's been diagnosed about 2 or 3 years.
I'd probably start with something like German chamomile or helichrysum, just to go soft and gentle. You know, any like, especially with the respiratory system, any sort of chronic thing, I always just start really, really super gentle. You know, like a good example is emphysema. You know, if you open up the lungs quite a bit, it actually will start a little bit of a crisis because they got actually too much oxygen. And so you know, I just start really soft and gentle. Things that are also soft for like more chronic conditions are like myrtle, green myrtle, things like that. They're more tolerated than going after like eucalyptuses and things like that. And so I'd start soft and see what they can handle, and you know, just don't push it, don't overdo it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
just sustained inhalation, or
Yeah,
use a
I would just
pattern, or-
do, yeah, I would just do sustained inhalations for a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, I just see how well they tolerate it, and then if they can tolerate it well, let them go longer before you start going down the road of doing a pattern. And so especially if somebody hasn't had a lot of kind of work done before, you want to start gentle, especially with a chronic issue. And with chronic issues, people are in different places. And so some people might tolerate it really well, some people might not. And so I just try to be really soft-handed with that and just
Mhm.
let them get used to it, and then just keep easing into it with a little bit stronger and deeper approach.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And second question,
Mhm.
my sister-in-law has all kinds of respiratory issues, and part of them is because she has lungs that are too long. Have you ever heard of that?
I have.
And
Yeah.
what?
Yeah, that's a tough one. Um
So that she can't get a good exhalation, I think is part of,
yeah.
or clear the,
I would actually probably do the part with the bronchial spasms, because that's going to do a lot of other things as well. So I would try to do the bronchial spasm part. You know, the very first thing we did this morning.
okay.
Yeah.
She's very hesitant to get out of her safe box, but
Yeah.
it feels like there's so much potential
Yeah.
if she's, but I don't
Well,
know. She's got a lot of issues
yeah, and when somebody has like a chronic thing, or in this case, they have an anatomical variation, that's a
on
very
top of a
common
chronic
thing.
thing.
Yeah, yeah. Like they know like how to maintain themselves, and they don't want to really risk anything.
Right.
So you know, it's very common. And
Yeah.
so um I just let them feel like better, like little bits at a time, and either that's enough or they want more and they'll explore more. And that way, if you try to push them to do something, they'll usually say no. And
Oh,
so
there's no pushing this person.
yeah, yeah.
Thank you so much.
I think I could tell in our interaction that that was going to be the case, but you know, and you know, here's my trick sometimes, like if I'm dealing with family people, and you know, maybe not so much for this, but you know, going back to like the Uncle Bob stuff, you want to treat her with something, put it on yourself, and then just sit in close proximity to her, and she'll get therapy by being around you, you know, because it's an aromatic and she can't help it. And if she says something to you, just go, oh, it's for, you know, preventing colds or flus, or it's for stress, or, you know, whatever.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The connection between digestion and breathing is something I'm struggling with. I notice shortness of breath and coughing after I eat, sometimes bronchial spasms. I've tried digestive enzymes, digestive bitters, and they help a little, but my sense is I'm not addressing the root cause of those things.
Yeah, so that could be a few things, but let's just try one of the ways to treat shortness of breath. You kind of get both. You help the breathing and you help with digestion. My personal favorite is to use caraway. Um, but you could use tarragon, you could use coriander, and I mean, an honorable mention is actually lavender. And 2 or 3 drops in water, and then drink it. And you could do that, you know, before you eat or right after you eat. It should help with the digestive process. It should help with shortness of breath. For me, like I like to use caraway that way. Like I take about 4 drops of caraway sometimes when I feel the breath's getting a little, you know, you just start getting winded doing things like, you know, simple things. I take a couple of drops of caraway, it goes away. And so it will help digestion, and it will help that part that is causing the shortness of breath. And so do it daily for a little while. You could even do it after every time you eat, but at least once a day for like maybe a couple of weeks. And that should start resolving where you don't need to treat it all the time, but treat it consistently for at least like 14 days, sometimes a month. And then after that, it should just be like from time to time, you tune it up a little bit. Yeah.
Thank you. And I'll try to find the link for the caraway for
Yeah.
you as well.
You know, if you think about it, isn't caraway what they give you at the Indian restaurants, like after you eat?
I know fennel.
Fennel and
maybe
caraway,
it's fennel and caraway.
something like that. Yeah, but anyway.
And then go ahead, Lolly.
Hey, Lolly.
So I realized there was something else I wanted to ask. That's kind of heavy, but still. So what happens if you have something that has something that's more severe? Let's say somebody who's dealing with lung cancer. Would you do all of those things just to at least
I would do what we
make
did
the person more
yesterday.
comfortable? Or,
Yeah, I would do
right.
what we did yesterday. Yeah.
Would you do anything of what we did today as well, or depending on the
You
situation?
could, but I would say, you know, because like in the things we did yesterday, there's a little bit more of, especially with the direction, there's the karmic component, like to
Yeah.
unwind the karma, the glory of Lebanon, the blood too, and then the part where we did the direction. Like when you put the structure, the function, and the dynamic together, you do flesh out a little of the karmic imagery. So it's a little bit easier to clear or make the body less reactive. And so there's that. And then anytime you're dealing with like cancers, then you use oils that can be supportive in treating cancers. And so shiso is really good. I don't even know if we have it on the site.
I don't, yeah.
Yeah, so shiso, there's a couple things we have that aren't necessarily on the site just because you know, not but shiso is a type of evergreen. And then you know we have normal turmeric, but there's a special kind of, it's a different botanical type of turmeric that has been studied and shown good effects against certain types of cancers. And then pine oil is really good for cancers. Yarrow oil is good for cancers, and so is lemon. Yeah, sometimes
So then,
frankincense can be, but not most times. I mean, I'd go more the funky turmeric than I would frankincense probably, but or shiso. Yeah, I mean the reason I
and then
think
that,
shiso is for treating cancers. Yeah.
and that would be for any type of cancer.
Shiso and the Java turmeric, I use them when people are open. Like I don't like force,
Yeah.
but I do use those for most types of cancer. Yarrow is good for inflammatory types of cancers. Now, like a lot of breast cancers, you know, they fluctuate in size and they're poorly defined, usually means inflammatory. And so like when you have a tumor that's has poorly defined borders, yarrow is better for that. When it's well-defined borders, it means there's not little roots going out. It's just like a cyst. I find that pine oil works better for that. And then lemon can work good for any of it, you know. Lemon's a
And
little
then you use it,
slower, but that you would take internal.
lemon, and the other ones you would do topic. The other ones you do what?
The special kind of turmeric you would take internally. The shiso, you could do internal, but sometimes I have them use it topically depending on the kind of cancer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now that's so. Let's say really you would. Let's say it's somebody really with cancer. How often would you do something like we did yesterday? Would you do it like once, or would you? Because you need
Two or
to
three
flush
times a
out more
week.
things.
2 or 3 times a week.
If the person is
If
okay,
they're
so if the
open to
person
it.
is open to
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, since you mentioned cysts, again, it's not connecting to today, but because you mentioned that, what would you do with somebody that has ovarian cysts? I was treating her actually with energy-wise, but she has like ovarian cysts. They do not cancerous or anything, but it's like an ongoing thing with her. So is there anything that
Did she at any time have endometriosis?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
I would probably put pine oil on the area below the belly button. Like, like the underwear line, like in that area, like
Mm-hmm.
6, 8, 10 drops of pine oil, or put it on with a little bit of massage oil. If you're going to do that, I'd probably use Tumano. And just because
Yeah.
Tumano is anti-inflammatory, and basically you're dealing with chaotic cell growth. And so the pine oil could help. You might want to do the special kind of turmeric. We don't have it on the site. Like, I have regular turmeric on the site, but there's this other botanical type that
I
it's
can email you if it's
yeah, you
relevant
can
for her.
just
Yeah,
send me an
but
email. It's not any more
but
expensive. It's just I don't put it on the site just to keep the students from getting confused about which
yeah,
turmeric they
and
should use. You know what I mean? So I just leave.
mhm.
Yeah.
And when you do that, or when you're using the pine on the body, what are you trying to accomplish? Are you trying to minimize the size of the cysts? Are you like, what's the
Trying to prevent further growth, and then you are trying to reduce the size that's already there. Yeah. Trying to make it
Okay.
shrink, but you're also trying to
Yeah.
prevent it from growing more. Yeah.
Okay,
The-
so
and
that's something
the
that
the reason that Sylvester, because I use Sylvester pine, like just Scotch pine or Sylvester pine, and
Mhm.
the part of that is a lot of times these chaotic cell growths have a lot to do with inflammation and the inflammatory response. And the Sylvester pine has been shown to help reduce growth rates in tumors. So that's one, but two, it also has ability to stimulate the body's production of cortisone. And so it potentially reduces inflammation, the effects of inflammation, but it can inhibit the further growth of tumors and tumor sites. And so you're going to get a reduction in inflammation, and you're going to get a reduction in potential growth rate. And sometimes because of the cortisone levels, it will start to shrink the tumor. Where if it was an inflammatory kind of thing, which is usually more a malignancy, yarrow will shrink the tumor site. But the inflammatory type tumors, they'll fluctuate in size. They'll get big and then they'll condense, and they'll get big and they'll condense. So you use yarrow on a regular basis to keep it condensed, to keep it from going into an expanded state and pumping its roots into different areas. And so that it's a benign cyst, I think you're safe with using pine, and then maybe the special kind of turmeric internally.
Okay, thank you. And would you use pine on the breasts as well?
You could up there. I
Yes,
tend to use more
there as
yarrow
well.
there. I would either use the shiso or the yarrow. Breast tumors tend to be more inflammatory. And so there, a lot of times what I do, like, you can usually palpate where it's at, like, most times, like, you can kind of feel where it's at. You'd put the yarrow over that spot and kind of rub it into the skin, like neat, and then take like a moist compress, like a paper towel, get it wet and put it over the top of that. And yarrow like tends to like separate from water or move away from water. And so what happens is you drive the yarrow into the tumor site. So it's good to get it on the skin, but by putting a moist compress on top, it pushes more of the yarrow into the tumor site, and you can go back and palpate it afterwards, and it shrank the tumor site. Now, it doesn't mean that it shrank and it's like, oh, it's getting smaller. It's just going into that phase where it condenses, but you want to keep it there. Like you want to keep putting that compress on there, because the more you reduce that inflammation and keep it shrinking, it will keep shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. You know, the more dangerous part is when it expands and contracts, expands and contracts. And so you want to
Mhm.
just keep it more in a contracted state.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Thank you. Yeah, it's like an ongoing thing. And since you mentioned cysts, I'm like, okay, let's just ask now. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
So glad to be experiencing this class. What do you recommend for the feeling of needing to clear the throat constantly? Doesn't seem to be a chest congestion, but more isolated to the throat. Multiple experiencing this.
Like it just feels like something stuck there, or it feels like you're going, like there's something where you kind of feel like is like clearing something or moving something.
The latter.
Yeah, that's probably GERD. So that means you have some sort of a little bit of a digestive issue, and then it's rising up through the esophagus and then hitting you in the throat, then it causing you a little bit of cough. So, you know, a lot of times for something like that, I would use ginger and apple cider vinegar. Like I know Samantha makes a thing with that is just the ginger, apple cider vinegar, but it's really good for that. So you can do apple cider vinegar by itself, or you can take a couple drops of ginger internally, but daily for a little while, and it should knock out the GERD somewhat, and then it will change the cough part or the need to clear the throat, or that something's there. Yeah, that's usually a GERD issue.
And causing me to cough. um, just want to make sure I haven't missed any. Off topic, but Greg, when will you be in California at Astara?
What's that weekend? It will be the 25th and 26th of May. We're good. So we're going to drop down to treating something with the sinus issues. Let's do this. We'll do very general sinus issues. So if you want to go to page 45 under conditions, or no, yeah, sinus issues. Yeah, 45. Okay, so there's a little bit of the symptoms and the treatment, but let's go through and So choices are any form of eucalyptus, lavender, lemon, neoli, peppermint, pine, or thyme. So let's have you do this. Just start inhaling the oils. Whichever oil you chose, just start inhaling. Okay, so again, just inhale and exhale through your nose just to see where you're at. You took some long, slow, deep breaths. But now let's explore this a little bit. So begin inhaling again. Your awareness is between the eyebrows. Now put your awareness above the eyebrows, like right in this area. Mhm. What do I use? Again, your awareness is up on this area above your eyebrows. Now move your awareness below your eyes, like in this area, below your eye sockets. Okay? And then drop down from there and go right under the cheekbones. And one of the areas I like to do with sinuses is the ear canals. Go to the ear canals, take some long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the ear canals. You have your helichrysum. Stay on your ear canals for a moment. Just be still for a moment. Now, sometimes sinus issues also have to do with stress, like we were just talking about. So yesterday we did a component where we did stress. Let's pull out the helichrysum or whatever you used in the stress. I can go back and look it up. Was there's all kinds of choices here. Acacia, aloes, angelicas, basil, helichrysum, lemongrass, marjoram, palo santo, poplar, sage, spikenard, St. John's wort, valerian, splendor, stresses. Why don't you pull out one of those and just do some inhalation as well, whichever one you were using yesterday. And then go back to whatever the primary oil was you were using for the sinuses. The eucalyptus, the lavender, the lemon, the aioli, peppermint, pine, or thyme. And you're just taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Tap into that area around your eyes, below your eyes, your ears, wherever you feel it the most. Take some long, slow, deep inhalations into that area. So you're fixing that. So you're inhaling into one of those areas. Now, let that go. Pull out your stress oil, whatever that was. The helichrysum or lemongrass or whatever it was. Pull that out. Inhale with your awareness up on the sinuses. Up between the eyebrows. I'm sorry, the ajna. Now, we did two things. First, we just treated it with the oil that works for the sinuses, but then we did a combination with treating the oil for the sinuses and then also treating the component of stress, right? So notice how it felt with the second approach. Let's add auric programming to this. So if you have respiratory support, pulmonary stress support, sinus support, let's pull out one of those from the auric programming component. If you don't have any of those, pull out a respiratory oil like hyssop. It won't quite be the same as working the auric programming, but at least you'll get some effect, right? So pull out one of those oils. Okay, so you have whatever oil you're going to use. You're inhaling, your awareness is on the left side of the body, head to toe. So we're doing the 4 quadrants of the aura. Left side of the body, left side of the face and neck, the shoulder, the ribs, the hip, all the way down to the knee. Then down the front, the face and neck, chest, abdomen, pelvis, down the front of the legs to the tops of the feet. Bottom of 45. The right side of the body. Your awareness is on the right side of the body, head to toe. And then the back side of the body. Back of the head and neck, the whole back and hips, down the back of the legs, all the way down to the heels. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still for a moment. Just let it all go. Just be still. Okay, let's do the auric program one more time. Left hand side of the body, head to toe. Long, slow, deep breaths. The front side of the body. Your awareness is on the front side of the body. The right side of the body. And then the back side of the body. How's it feeling on your side? Hmm. Mhm. You're on the back side of the body, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Then just let go. Just let go. Now, pull out the oil that you're using for the sinuses, the eucalyptus, lavender, lemon, thyme, pine, neoli, peppermint, whatever that was. Begin inhaling it again. That making explore the areas around your eyes and your ears. Then pause. And then pull out your stress oil, whatever that was. Again, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, pause and let that go. And let's get a little feedback. How are you guys doing with your sinuses?
Go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Let's get you unmuted.
Oh yeah, push the button. Okay. Sinuses are definitely a little clearer. So under conditions, are these the sort of processes that we can do like daily for a week if
Yeah,
we
yeah,
have
yeah,
an
yeah.
issue?
Yeah. So if you're just feeling like mucusy, there's one number 18 on page 47.
Mm-hmm.
We could do the same thing. So anula, eucalyptus, and terebinth. The terebinth has a bit more of a drying effect. The anula like breaks up the mucus.
Yeah.
And eucalyptus is also, it breaks down as like an expectorant, like so it will break down the mucus as well. And so, you know, like you could do a chocolate pattern, but I kind of like the idea of just like exploring like what you feel in the face and, up in this area and going right directly to the sinus areas.
Mhm.
And I also like to throw in the ears as well, even with the mucus things, just because, like if you candle your ears, for example, a lot of times it opens up the sinuses. And so energetically, if you work the ears as well, sometimes it opens up the sinuses.
Okay. All right. Okay, good.
Another one that you wouldn't really think about is treating the roof of your mouth. Like if you're prone to a lot, you could take something like cypress and then just on a daily basis rub it up on the roof of your mouth. You could also use rosemary or rosemary verbena, and that will actually shift and change the sinuses as well. Back in the old days, when people would come in with really impacted sinuses, I mean, one of the things is osteopathically is, we'd put like a glove on and you'd lube up, and you'd go in and you'd manually open up the sinuses with your finger. And instead of doing that, I'd go and I'd put some oil on my on my glove.
Fingertip.
Yeah, on my glove, and then I'd rub the top of the roof of their mouth, and like literally within about 15 seconds, it would just like open up, and they could blow their nose, they could breathe through their nose, and it didn't take very long. And so sometimes the sinus issue is poor lymphatic movement, but it actually can even be like in the mouth. And so you could gargle with cypress, you could gargle with even rosemary verbena, anything like that, and that should be super helpful as well.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. Excellent. Thank you.
you're so welcome.
Go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
I'm all confused because my book only goes to 40, and then they put up something to go to another, but there's no protocol for what you did. And
There was a second, like,
Yeah, but she's talking about when you had them do the 4 quadrants, it's not in the booklet.
in the 4
my
quadrants.
book goes to page 40, so there's no sinus in
Yeah,
it.
she is.
I sent you the updated booklet.
Yeah, there's an updated
I'll just
version.
email it to you though.
There's no protocol in it for what you. They
Sonia,
put an
Sonia,
update and
Sonia,
yeah.
Sonia, listen to me for a second. There was a book that went out because Letty couldn't get it all done, and then we sent a second one. So just check the email.
I looked in the second one and it's still 40 pages.
I don't know why. Okay, I'll
Yeah,
email it to you,
yeah.
Sonia.
We'll email it to you.
And go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, these are great. So with the sinuses, I believe I remember from in the past, quercetin is good. Are there,
It can be if it's more allergy related. Like
okay,
like if you're just dealing with a lot of mucus, kind of like if you're wanting to augment with some herbs, golden seal root is really super good for the sinuses.
you told me that on Tuesday and I started it the other day. I don't have like a runny nose or anything when I get sinuses. I get headaches and stuff.
Headaches. And like in around the eyes or more in the head?
Around the eyes, sometimes behind the eye, sometimes in the head and neck.
Okay, so that most likely that is because the sinuses are blocked, you're having to strain a little bit to breathe. So that goes back to like the sternocleidomastoid and things in the neck. You could use lantana, or you could just use something that's like antispasmodic for the neck itself. So marjoram, paracelsus, helichrysum, spikenard, vetiver, rub it on the neck, and then like on that part where the neck and shoulder kind of come together. But a lot of what we call sinus pain is actually the sternocleidomastoid, coming from having to work so hard to either elevate the rib cage or having to breathe through clogged nostrils. It strains, and then it causes, basically sternocleidomastoid type headaches. So around the eyes, pain in the ear, pain in some different areas. The trapezius also will cause pain behind the eyes. So sternocleidomastoid and trapezius. So you're hitting all the spots that would basically cause that kind of headache.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're so welcome. Yeah.
What are the oils in sinus health?
I have to look. Mm. Sinus. Give me just a sec. It's rosemary, verbena, hyssop, galbanum, eucalyptus, frankincense, basil, and marjoram.
Question, is yarrow the same as yarrow palm?
Yarrow what?
Palm. I don't know, is yarrow the same as yarrow palm?
Palm, like PALM?
Mhm.
Never heard that term before. Let me see. Oh, that's a blend from doTERRA. That's yarrow and pomegranate. I mean, it's got yarrow in it, but it's got pomegranate CO2 in it as well. So something different.
Did Greg say rosemary verbena is good to use in this sinus protocol?
Yeah, you could use it for this. I mean, this we were doing a little bit of sinus infection, just general sinuses. You could use rosemary verbena just by itself, or sinus health. Chronic sinus issues. A lot of times, I have people use rosemary verbena internally, and so the taking it internally, 2 or 3 drops, but like daily. And it won't correct it, like it's not like a magic bullet where it nails it in the first dosage, but over a period of time, it will make a difference. Yeah.
And then go ahead, Dan, then Lolly.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, Greg.
Hey,
Sarah.
how'd you do today?
I did good today. Yesterday I went down right after north. I went
Mhm.
north and I went back. It's like, just flat down. So I had a couple of questions. What did we do yesterday right after the North? We were doing the
The org
programming.
programming. Mhm.
Sorry?
The org programming.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So that was, we just followed up on that page, but what was the section? I didn't come back after lunch because I just stayed there.
We just touched on either using pulmonary support, respiratory support, or sinus support, and then we did the quadrants, and we just did one of them.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
we talked about stacking, but we didn't do stacking.
Yeah, yeah. I looked at that this morning, but okay, great, great. The other thing, I just found my two go-to oils, or two new two new go-to oils. I don't know why that's so difficult. But terebinth and anula, because I've been having a lot of the sinus stuff,
Right.
and it just kind of like the terebinth, like we just tried, or yeah, we just tried it now, and it's like, boy, that did kind of dry it up. But I
Mhm.
usually go through and I have my sinus thing, blow my nose. I'm
Yeah.
having to do the decongestants, maybe once or twice a week kind of thing. But this is good. This is actually
Yeah,
fun.
and if
Yeah,
you use it like kind of on a regular basis,
yeah.
it will affect change in the sinuses if you do it daily for a while. Either one of those. And I would even throw rosemary verbena in the mix.
Okay.
And you could do the rosemary verbena internally, but still inhale either the terebinth or anula, or go back and forth between the two.
Yeah.
And like you said, the terebinth is more drying, and the anula just breaks it up. Like it just, you know how like there are certain things that like thin and break down the mucus, and the terebinth just like dries it up. And so you can go back and forth between the two, and you might find some good relief there. And so
Yeah. Look forward
yeah,
to that.
yeah. Given that you live so close to the ocean and everything, you're probably going to find like the terebinth is going to be a little bit more helpful, just because you already have so much moisture in the air. Drying it out might be the thing that it needs from time to time.
Okay. Good. Good.
Yeah.
Good. Good. Yeah, but I was just surprised how well that worked because
Yeah, good.
I'm usually taking step up, blow the nose, go to the bathroom, kind of thing, and just come back and doing a lot of back and forth with that. But this actually, it's working. It's really working. So that's really
Good.
refreshing.
Good.
Yeah, and yeah, with the respiratory bits, I look forward to working this more. I think the jury's still out on, because my respiratory bits were fairly compromised, so I look
Yeah.
forward to just keep
And
working
how
with.
is the time linalool? Like I think we had you inhaling time linalool.
Yeah, that's
How-
good in the mornings. That's good in
Yeah.
the morning. But I mean, with it's weird sometimes with exertion. I get really short of breath, but last couple of days when I've been kind of doing like more of a protocol, and I did the from the last weekend, we did the gosh, I can't think of the name of it right now, but I did it again. You said do it once a week, and then I kind of did it in the midweek
Okay.
too.
Hmm.
That actually helped, but then there's a follow-up day where I wasn't
So,
doing so
so
good.
you are having a little bit of shortness of breath with like exercise or something like that.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
So let's have you use you probably don't have caraway. So let's have you
No,
use like maybe tarragon. You probably have tarragon, yeah.
at that, yes.
Couple drops in water. Let's have you do it daily.
Okay,
And doesn't matter what time of day, but like just any time in the day. And let's treat it as shortness of breath, and see if over a period of time, usually within a few dosages, the shortness of breath will diminish somewhat.
okay.
Are you having any sort of puffiness in the legs?
A little bit, not so bad, but I mean, I sit all day, so that's kind of
Yeah. Are
tough
you
with the cold.
prone to high blood pressure at all?
I am on losartan, which
That's
is a
okay.
blood pressure
So
med.
let's treat you with the tarragon for a shortness of breath. But sometimes what I also would do is like, even when we talk about like quercetin,
Mm,
part of what quercetin does is it relaxes. I mean, it does other things, but one of the aspects is that it relaxes your veins. And so sometimes the shortness of breath can be tied to too much tension in the veins, or not enough venous flow, like return flow from the legs back to the heart.
Right.
And so it's actually very common as we get older. It doesn't really mean a whole lot, other than if it starts to manifest as different issues, or the shortness of breath. If simple treatment like with the tarragon doesn't knock it out, then we just will treat the legs a little bit, and that actually will probably resolve the shortness of breath. I just had somebody the other day where they were almost like in a crisis with shortness of breath. Like anything that they did, they would just lose their breath.
Wow.
And the doc was wanting to, do like almost like an emergency evaluation where they do the stress test on the treadmill and everything. And they were trying to get the scheduling. The doctor was very busy, so the person reached out, and I hadn't talked to him for a while. So we talked it out for a little bit, and we did kind of like what we're talking about with shortness of breath, but I put them on some things to relax the veins and move the blood out of their legs. And they went back to the doctor and, responded to the doctor. And the doctor was like, yeah, I'm not worried about you anymore. See me in a year.
Oh,
Like they
awesome.
went from like
Awesome.
a crisis, and they were like, we're going to figure out what medication to put you on. They didn't even put him on medication.
Oh, good for
They
him.
were just like,
Good for
yeah,
him.
you're good. And it was the combination of treating the diaphragm and treating the circulation in the legs, and it went away.
Oh, good, good.
So let's just treat it as shortness of breath, diaphragm related. And then if that doesn't resolve it, then I'll put you on a little regimen for your legs.
Okay.
And yeah.
I did went ahead and because I think we spoke about the quercetin before.
Mhm.
This stuff here. That's right. It's
Yeah.
going the wrong way. I'm going this way.
Yeah.
Anyway, so but I get a little tweaky. It's weird. I get a little tweaky, little dizzy, little
With the quercetin,
yeah, yeah. So I can't.
we could put you on something different, like
Okay.
like maybe use it, but don't use it every day, especially if it's making you feel a little weird.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
um,
And then I started doing the German chamomile today, actually. Just
okay.
yeah, started.
Let's just see how that goes, and then and with the tarragon as well. And then if that doesn't work, we'll put you on something with
Okay, great.
like L-citrulline. Like I like to do a combination of L-citrulline with gotu kola, which is an herb. And that combination, that's what I put that person on. Were those two?
Okay.
And knocked her right out. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So should I wait on that or get
I
that
would
now?
wait just to see, like, because I also like to see what the cause is, and so sometimes treatment is also an evaluation, and let's see where it's at with just the tarragon for like a week or two, and then after that, if it needs more, then we'll do more.
We'll address it again. Okay,
Yeah.
very good. Very well. Okay. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Hey, we'll see you around.
And then go ahead, Lolly, then Denise.
Hey, Lolly.
Hello again. So the sinus thing that we just did, yeah, to me it feels really good. It feels like some heaviness was just lifted from the entire
Yeah.
head.
Yeah. See, and like
So-
you being in Southern California, I mean, it's got to be like a thing that bothers everybody down there. Like, because of air quality.
Yeah.
Like when I mean, this is how it used to impact me. Like my sinuses would get so inflamed when I lived in Southern California that my ears would close up, and I couldn't hear a thing. I would go down the grapevine. As soon as I get to the bottom of the grapevine, my ears would open up. As soon as I get on the way back, come up the grapevine and hit that air quality again, my ears would close back up. I'd fly somewhere, and on the plane, my ears would open up. And then as soon as we'd land, my ears would close up again. I was like, ugh. And so I would say treating the sinuses and respiratory You know, even if you have like healthy function in those areas, because of the air quality, you're going to have a little bit of an issue. Like I used to live in the Central Valley, north of where you're at as well, which is even worse air quality because of all the agriculture there. And I had the same issue. And so, you know, as soon as I'd get away, I didn't have the allergy stuff. As soon as I'd come home, and so it's just a thing where you just do a little maintenance because the environment is not going to change. So you have to just constantly kind of treat stuff a little bit to make sure that the air quality doesn't impact your respiratory tract too much.
Yeah, and it's not that I have any allergies, but really the thing with the nose also kind of this whole area is pretty much connecting together. It started about a year ago, which brought about the TMJ or whatever. But so if you're treating it as just maintenance, you would still do the same thing that we just did, treating it with the stress, like alternating between the two oils.
Like I was just throwing that in the mix just so you could see like how to mix and match. But sinus is a lot of times tied to some sort of body stress. You know, so if there's stress in the work life, stress in the body, if there's pain, if there's digestive issues, all of those will contribute to a sinus issue. And so those oils that are listed for the stress component kind of knock out like the physical stresses as well as some of the emotional, mental stresses. Basil works, excuse me, better for mental stress, but like helichrysum and marjoram and all those kinds of things, all of those are really super good for just physical stresses, you know.
And the helichrysum, it felt amazing. I think the stress from my shoulders feels a little bit better now.
So so there's the stress component, but it also the helichrysum will reduce the inflammation as well. And so the thing that I like about the helichrysum for that particular application is it's also a lymphatic stimulant. And so it's reducing stress, it's reducing inflammation, but it's stimulating lymphatic movement. And it also has an impact on cerebral spinal fluid circulation, which is another way of like detoxifying the brain and the nervous system up in the head. And so it hits a lot of things just by the one application.
And then so doing it like a couple of times a week or once a week? Or
you could do the helichrysum daily easily. Yeah.
But if you're doing the full protocol, something
full protocol, like I do it as needed. Like if you're doing pretty good, I'd say maybe once a week or so. But if you're having a bit of an issue or a bit of like a sinus crisis, I would do it like every other day or every day until it resolves and is feeling better.
Okay. And then when you did the helichrysum, there was once that it was the awareness on the ajna, but then at the end, so it was basically just inhaling with both oils, right? Like nothing specific.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to hit chakras, the ajna, the throat, you could actually even throw the solar plexus in the mix, but I like the temples, I like the ears, I like sometimes just doing the face feels pretty good. And so
the ears are a good addition.
I would say sometimes doing the face rather than the energy centers feels faster to me sometimes. And so
because I mean, even for sinusitis, even if I'm treating it with energy, I would work some of the same areas. Like I would do the ajna, I would do under the cheeks, I would do
right, exactly.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So same idea. Same idea. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Hi, Greg. You had me taking some time Tylenol with some the clove, and not even doing it once a day. If I skipped a day, I did notice I think it is helping.
Good.
But I wanted to ask about, I do get some swelling in my ankles occasionally, it seems like, and would the caraway be something good for me? Because I feel like it could be.
Yeah, I mean, I love using caraway. It's not so much for the swelling in the legs. That would be more shortness of breath.
Okay.
And that helps with digestion and everything. The swelling in the legs, you'd want to use like lovage or parsley, juniper, something like that. Yeah.
Internally?
I would take two or three drops internally. Yeah.
Beverage or
And sometimes it might take a few dosages, but it should resolve
thank you.
the puffiness when it's there. Yeah.
I wanted to thank you. I got to use so many oils that I have that I really wasn't aware of what they would do. And Splendor was one of them. I mean, there was Petitgrain. I hadn't even, when I clicked it, it just had never been opened yet. So
Right.
I'm so thrilled to discover some new friends.
Right.
And
There you go.
this hits all of my points. Obviously, breathing's really
Yeah.
important. And
Respiratory is a big thing for everybody. I mean, honestly. That's why we're going back and revisiting the conditions with like more information and everything, and respiratory is usually always the first thing that I address, just because we had the COVID issue as well for those years, but it doesn't matter where you live. People always
Yes.
have respiratory issues. Like, it doesn't matter how clean the air is, how good the air is. I mean, there's always pollen, there's always something.
Adjusting, always adjusting, and I think a lot of water with all this stuff,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
For the even thinning the mucus and breaking down those bodily fluids and stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I guess foot baths, the salt baths, do you have a suggestion? I mean, I guess parsley.
For doing something for a respiratory system, or
or even to finish up our classes.
like you could do a rosemary verbena bath would be nice, like any of the spruces or firs, but also like if you had pulmonary stress support.
I do have.
Yeah, why don't you take a bath in that? Like that would be,
Okay.
it would be super nice.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much. And that was the one I got to play with too a lot today. I'm so grateful.
Oh,
I think
good.
I bought some of these a long time ago and I just didn't even know what to do with them for a
Yeah.
while. So thank you.
Well, over the next couple
And
of months, we're trying to have more and more stuff where you are able to utilize the things that you have.
you and Sam do a great job. I appreciate
you.
it.
So someone shared, I've discovered that cypress in my mouth makes my lips and lower face swell. At first I thought it was post-dental work infection or someone injected Botox in my lips while I slept.
That's funny. Yeah, I don't know why that would be. I mean, it usually is the opposite. It usually would make, cypress is good for what they would call accumulations, which is just stagnant lymph, or like when the veins get too big, like inflammatory conditions, the effects of allergies, like even like hemorrhoids and things, the vessels are too big. And so you take cypress and it shrinks everything. Like cypress is one of in the essential oil world, one of the stronger astringents, so it like firms up tissue. So I don't know why you're having an opposite reaction.
Dare to be different.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, let's maybe squeeze in just a little something more. We were doing. Let me go back here. Okay, so we have all the conditions. Let's maybe just end with how we started with the aura. Just do a little touch up. So let's go back to the glory of Lebanon, or if you had cypress, fir balsam, or juniper. repulsive. So begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the left side of your body. We're doing the structure of the aura, layer number 7. In the front side of the body. In the right side of the body. And then the back side of the body. And pause and be still. Now let's pull out either your aloes, your blood 2, or whatever you used for the function or the aura on the first day, whatever your sub was. And again, left side of the body. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on the front of the body, the right side of the body, head to toe. And then the back side of the body. Feels good. Now let's put that down. Grab like some sort of like a rosemary or eucalyptus or basil or something like that, myrtle. Pick some respiratory oil, even hyssop. Like Lolly was liking the effect of helichrysum, pick up the helichrysum. Just start taking some long, slow, deep breaths. Wherever you feel it in your respiratory tract, be it your sinuses, your throat, your chest, your lungs, the muscles around the body, wherever you feel it, just inhale the oil into that area. And just be still. How did that feel for you? Yeah.
Yeah.
So we just again, just different ways of doing things. We did the first little two pieces of the aura, and then you just inhale the respiratory oil. And I mean, it helped the nose, it helped the lungs. It doesn't always have to be super complicated, but you can use the different pieces of the class to do like little building blocks to customize your own treatment. If you just felt like, you know what, the glory of Lebanon rocked my world, then make it a little piece of your treatment. And if you go, it didn't really do anything, don't spend your time doing it. Like maybe every once in a while, but you know, the things that really impacted you, you know, utilize them. So, okay, you guys. Well, thanks for such a nice weekend. Now remember, tomorrow night instead of Tuesday night, we're doing the Q&A.
Yes, I didn't tell anybody yet,
Yeah,
so
so maybe we'll send an email out.
yeah, I'll send an email.
And then Tuesday night is WESOC. So normally we at 6 o'clock Central Time we do our Q&A, but we're going to be starting the process for WESOC. And so we're doing the Q&A on Monday. And so we'll give a reminder out. It was in last week's newsletter, but we'll remind everybody, and hopefully we see you tomorrow. Study group for this will be Wednesday night. So hope everybody had a good session, and thanks for hanging out this weekend. And hopefully I see you for WESOC.
Thank you, everybody.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Thanks.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Take care.
Yes, so just to answer your question for the circulation of the legs, the tarragon was for something else.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the lovage, the juniper. the
For
parsley,
fluid retention.
Yeah, and that's the leg part.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, now they're asking, what about circulation of legs? Okay. Which is not something somebody's asked. Maybe tomorrow, Q&A, ask about circulation of legs.
What did they ask?
What to do for circulation of legs.
What else is going on?
Bless you with love.
What's that?
They said they're also short of breath.
I'm confused. What are your presenting symptoms?
You're just wanting to know what Greg suggested to Dan when he had shortness of breath.
Shortness of breath, use tarragon, caraway, coriander, or lavender. I prefer caraway, but you could use tarragon as well. A few drops in water and then take that internally on a daily basis. Yeah, for shortness of breath.
What is Anula best used for?
Nula is an antispasmodic and it's the best mucolytic, so it reduces mucus.
Back to the other person, and if needed for circulation of legs, if needed.
I would need more information. So if you could tell me the presenting symptoms, that's more helpful. Like sometimes when I'm giving something to somebody, it's because I know what's going on. So I would need more of the presenting symptoms.
I will email you. All right, sounds good. Okay, so again, I'll get the link out for Monday for you guys for the Q&A, and then I'll also get the recordings for this class out probably tomorrow.
Hey, guys.